Good evening, everyone. It is 6:02 p.m. on Tuesday, October 7th, 2025. I'd like to call the meeting of the special meeting of the Peoria City Council to order. I'd also like to welcome everyone that's here in our council chambers, as well as those watching on cable channel 22 and on our City of Peoria YouTube channel. Madam Clerk, the council mics are open. Please call the roll.
Mayor Ali.
Present.
Councilmember Allen.
Present.
Councilmember Carmona.
Here.
Councilmember Sear.
Here.
Councilmember Gordon Young.
Present.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Euler.
Here.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Here.
Councilmember Valpula. And Councilmember Vespa.
Here.
You have a quorum present, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Before we stand for a moment of silent reflection or silent prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to read a statement pertaining to the passing of Sean Newell, because I'd like for you to think about he and his family in our silent prayer and silent reflection. We are saddened by the passing of Sean Newell, a respected journalist and valued member of Peoria's press corps. Sean's insight, professionalism, and commitment to truth and fairness guided his distinguished career and strengthened our community. As a reporter, a news director, and later as general manager of WMBD, WYZZ-TV, he set a high standard for integrity in journalism and generously mentored many who followed in his footsteps. We extend our heartfelt condolences to his wife, Amanda, his family, and all who knew and admired him. Please join me and stand for a moment of silent prayer or silent reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
We have a public hearing. 25-279 is a public hearing regarding the 2026-2027 biennial City of Peoria budget.
I'd like to ask for a motion to open the public hearing. Councilmember Allen, seconded by Councilmember Gordon Young. Is there anyone present that would like to speak to the biennial budget, City of Peoria 26-27 biennial budget? Yes, please come forward, give us your name.
Hello, my name is Eric Hutchison. I live at 4110 North Hawthorne in Peoria here. I'm here as a volunteer for the Center Bluff Neighborhood Association. We have an interest in one of the projects that's on your list. It's a street lighting project that's on Knoxville Avenue between Corrington and McClure. It's a continuous series of 7 street lights in a row that are out and have been out for a while on that stretch of road. It's currently on your list. You'll see that there's a cost estimate on it. It's not currently funded. So I just wanted to give you a few numbers and a couple of names that you might recognize. These streetlights that are out in a row are actually on the west side of the road. And on the west side, there's 9 businesses that I could see, and 3 of those are currently vacant. Those businesses include the Planned Parenthood Clinic, as well as Whitney Veterinary Hospital. On the east side in Knoxville, there are actually 15 businesses or residences, and 4 of those are currently vacant. And that, a couple of names you might recognize on that side are the OSF Children's Hospital, has a facility there, as well as the Peoria Public Schools has the Knoxville Center for Student Success, which is an alternative high school. And one of the things the high school offers is night classes, so having good street lights would probably be helpful for them. So fixing the lights is more complicated than replacing bulbs. That's why it's taken a while to get it done. There's underground wiring that needs to be fixed, and Councilmember Carmona was very helpful for us, getting some feedback from the city manager and from a director of public works to find out kind of a little bit about what's involved in that and why it's taken a while to get it done. So that's the situation. One idea I hadn't thought of before, but I just heard about it tonight from my friend Hind over here. Maybe there's a possibility of some solar that would help lower the cost. I don't know how that would be involved. I don't know if it's even been discussed. I have no idea, but there's an idea. So we're here to ask you to support this as best that you can and get it to the point where it can actually begin. That would be glorious. It would improve public safety for a fairly large stretch of the Center Bluff, which includes our neighbors at the Planned Parenthood Clinic. So thank you for your time and appreciate this opportunity to bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input and your ideas. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the 2026-2027 biennial budget? And final call, is there anyone else that would like to speak to the 2026-2027 biennial budget? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing? Moved by Councilmember Kelly, seconded by Councilmember Euler. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Did we vote to open?
That's okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
We just didn't, okay. All right. Madam Clerk?
25-278 is a communication from the City Manager and Finance Director Comptroller with a request to hold a discussion on the 2026-2027 biennial budget. And on your desk, there is a handout of report backs from the September 30th special meeting.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to turn the floor over to Director Craddy to walk through the report backs that we put together for council. And then after we've done that, I have a few comments that I'd just like to make about some other budget adjustments that we'd like you to consider as budget motions at a future meeting. And then obviously answer any questions the council may have about the budget or any requests for additional report backs as well.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. The first report back, which is question number 3, was from Mayor Ali related to, if you remember correctly from our presentation last week, we had a 0 with an asterisk next to the goals associated with downtown development. Staff went back, reviewed the existing organizational-wide goals and department goals to look at where there could be alignment. And in review, we felt that there were 4 that would have direct impact in downtown development. I think the other thing, and just to kind of echo the discussion from the Assistant City Manager Richardson last week, there are a number of actions that are occurring in this arena and will continue to happen that we will be bringing back to council after the budget process to kind of look at our status on the strategic plan. And so in some ways, this was a subset of the data that we were looking at in terms of the direct goals. But the actions are just as important as those goals are. And so we'll have more information on that at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Question number 4 was a question about pavement preservation from Councilman Allen. The question really kind of started from, we had $500,000 in this year's budget to look at doing some mill and overlay work and pavement preservation work on our streets. And that is in line with the amount that was budgeted last year. But I did want to provide council a little bit more detail in terms of looking at really the last 5 years plus the future years to see that really $500,000 is the low point in both 25 and 26, but we do anticipate going up to 960 in the out years, and we've also every year before this spent more money on that. It's still, as I'm sure the Public Works Director would say, is still not enough for what needs to get done. But that is where the numbers kind of fell with the budget that we had and the allocation that we had. In terms of question 5, Councilman Rigobach had a similar question looking at ADA sidewalks and sidewalk funding. This one has a few more little wrinkles in it than just the pavement preservation, because when we look at these in buckets, we look at them in how those projects are set up. And so we have our sidewalks and ADA ramps. We have our sidewalks and ADA ramps in 61605. We had a specific grant for that work. We had sidewalks and ADA ramps as well as in our qualified census tracts, and I apologize for just leaving that as QCT, but that is qualified census tract. We had identified sidewalks within the Evans Street project, and we also had kind of an asset condition score. So looking at the sidewalks and ADA ramps for 2026, we're at 500,000. We only had 100,000 in this year's budget for it. And then we also do anticipate going up again in future years. The one thing I will add to this is not necessarily all inclusive of the sidewalk work that is getting done. If we are reconstructing a road, many times we're also reconstructing the sidewalks with that work. That's a little bit more difficult for us to pull out and review, but there is other dollars that are getting spent on sidewalks. It's just not specifically in these kind of budgeted subsections. So there are more dollars going into sidewalks throughout the city. In terms of question 6, this was a question from Councilman Sear looking at the 2023 bond that we issued on behalf of the Peoria Civic Center. The councilman was correct last week in the terms of that this debt service is interest only through 2029 when the remaining bonds do roll off. Then we get a relatively standard bond payment of close to $2 million in the remaining years. It is similar to how we've structured other bond deals associated with the Civic Center, where we have some larger principal payments in the out years. And so this is in line kind of with how we funded these bonds before.
Oh, Councilman Sear?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Craddy. Just one question. Can you explain to all of us what does it mean to have a first optional call date of 2033, please?
Yeah, so when we issue bonds, we usually put in there what is called a call date. That is the first date that we're able to, in essence, refinance or refund our bonds. We traditionally put those in our bond issuances because when we get to the back half of those bonds, usually interest rates are higher. Interest rate market's been a little wonky the last few years, so that's not necessarily truly the case right now. But we leave that option on there because usually we can find some interest savings in that remaining 10 years by refunding it into another 10-year instrument at lower rates. And so we usually keep that option. We don't always use it. If rates are not in the right spot, we have a couple bond issues right now that are callable. But the market rates we would pay, there is not a present value savings for us to refund those right now. So we can actually do that call all the way up until the payoff date. So if the interest rate market changed substantially, it really just is that first opportunity that we have to refund those bonds.
So just to make sure I'm clear, or we're clear, the good reason to refinance or recall a bond would be lower interest rate in the future.
Yeah, usually
so we're around 5% right now. So if anything lower than 5%, usually at least 1 point because all the closing costs and all that stuff, that would maybe make sense to refinance.
Yeah, traditionally kind of the metric that gets used is if we're going to save at least 5% overall on interest costs, it makes sense financially to refund them. But yeah, usually in a situation like this, if we went back out to market on a 10-year bond in a normal rate environment, we're probably talking about something in the high threes.
So hopefully 8 years from now, I'm not here anymore, but we got some young people here around the horseshoe that maybe will be here. When you refinance or recall bond, what would be the new term for, as far as years, number of years length?
Traditionally, we keep it to the existing term year. So if we do it at the 10-year mark, we'll do a 10-year bond. Council does not necessarily have to do it that way. You can extend the life, but we traditionally keep it to the overall bond being 20 years in totality.
So depending 10 years from now, what our financial situation is, we could recall that bond if it makes sense, and then issue a 20-year bond again. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answers and for this report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to follow up on that line of questioning, Director Craddy. In 2033, if we called those bonds, do we have to pay a premium on the principal?
So technically, we pay a premium on this bond issue to keep the call date. There is a cost associated with us having the call option.
So
Whether
are
or
we-
not at the time we reissue, we end up having to pay a premium, really depends on what the market is bearing at that point in terms of the interest rate market. I've seen it go either direction when we refund.
So I think part of your answer is that we call it par,
Correct.
okay? And then the new issue can get a little dicey.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Director Craddy?
Yep. All right, moving on to question number 7. Councilman Seer had a question about types of assets that generate revenue. Kind of looking through our assets, I included in here the general classifications of assets that the city has in terms of how we book those and how they show up in our audited financial statements. Kind of doing the review and thinking about those assets that do help us generate revenue, and I think I just want to put the caveat, it may generate revenue. That doesn't mean necessarily we're making a profit on some of these efforts. Really came down to, in my mind, four asset types. So we have our sewers, both sanitary and storm. Obviously, we are charging fees for the use of those, so we're attempting to recoup some of the costs of that installation over time. The parking decks, we are charging people to use those decks, so there is a financial component in terms of generating revenue for the city from the parking decks. Some of the vehicles that we purchase, really, if it's intended to help with some of these revenue-generating aspects, whether it's sewer, stormwater, parking enforcement, and even community development in terms of code enforcement, has a revenue-generating effect. In some of those cases, it may not be the direct desire and reason that it's doing it. For example, in community development, it's more about, kind of making sure we're following our standards. But they do obviously generate revenue off of some of those tickets. And then lastly is we do have some buildings and land that we lease for certain purposes. So we obviously get rent income from those assets. And so those are really the main classifications of assets that we own that, at least in my viewpoint, that is generating revenue for the city.
Councilmember Seer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you again, Director Craddy, for your work on this. This is a great question. I think it's a great question. And a lot of people call me regarding this question. And I'd like to ask your permission, Madam Mayor, to have our chief, fire chief, Mr. Solberger, do a quick presentation on an example of what happened because I asked this question. So would that be okay to have permission? Do we need a vote or?
No, we don't need to vote.
Thank you, Chief. Floor is yours.
Good evening. I just want to make sure that I'm hitting the mark for you, Councilman Seer. Are you referring to the training tower, fire recovery, or both?
I'm I'm interested in all three. We talked about the SAFER grant, insurance, and the question, so that people that are listening to us, I don't know if anybody listened to us tonight, but the question was, when we issue bonds, should we look at issuing bonds? Number one was the length of the bond, which is obviously depreciation schedule of 20 years. Number two, I was asking for maybe a discussion about maybe we're issuing bonds that to areas where we're getting revenues from that area, like Mr. Craddy talked about a couple of them. Then I have discussion with many people, one of them with the Chief Solberger, and we talked about the SAFER grant, and insurance revenues, and the training tower. So just talk about a little bit of that, please.
Yep, absolutely. I'll start with our training tower. So since 2022, we've had the ability to expand our capabilities with training and education for other municipalities. It used to be in years past that we would train Pekin, Canton, East Peoria. Those made sense because they're the closest fire departments to us. Over time, though, we've expanded our abilities and we train firefighters from throughout the state. So with that, we've generated over $200,000 from our training academy on a yearly basis since 2023. So we host a training academy in the spring and the fall each year. And obviously that number fluctuates based off of the requests from those outside municipalities. And part of one of the CIP requests for the fire department in 2026 was reinvesting into our training tower so we can continue that trend moving forward. So that would be the expansion of our training boxes, our burn boxes, and that's how we set things on fire, and then we train our firefighters that way. But it's also, we need a parking lot down at the training tower, and I don't think that we've had a renewed parking lot down there in my 28-year career. So to continue with this pace, I think there just needs to be an investment into our training tower. In regards to fire recovery, if everybody can remember back in 2023, we presented to the council a unique opportunity working with insurance companies only, ensuring that no city residents ever received a bill, but each insurance claim or each insurance package that each person has could give us the opportunity with the city to be able to work with insurance companies and get some cost recoveries back. I'm proud to say, since the inception of this program, it has generated over $625,000. And so that's a substantial amount of money that comes back to the city of Peoria. All these revenue generating ideas for the city are earmarked and they're part of the general fund on an annual basis. So specific to the SAFER grant, working with the city manager, the legal department, and the finance director in the spring of this year, I was given the ability to apply for a FEMA SAFER grant with much delight, and I would honestly say that I was floored to receive the email from FEMA that we were awarded that grant. So what that means is it gives us the ability for the city of Peoria to accept that award, hire 11 firefighters. Now, what does that mean to you outside of the fact of hiring more firefighters and alleviating the stress to our firefighters that are working overtime now? In 2026 operational budget, $1.2 million is in the budget for overtime funding for Rescue 1. By accepting the FEMA grant, we would eliminate that $1.2 million. With the FEMA grant, year 1 and year 2 is a 25% match for the city of Peoria, which would equate to $400,000. That would be an immediate $800,000 positive financial impact on the city if it's considered. We also recognize, too, that we have to be able to see past our nose. We do recognize that this is a 3-year funding opportunity. We do recognize as a fire department that after the funding, from the federal funding and everything that the city of Peoria is going to bring forward, we do recognize and understand that those are different discussions. So as I've had the ability to speak with legal and speak with the city manager and some city council people that have reached out, the fire department does recognize that. So over that 3 or 4 year time frame, it makes us feel good inside that we have the ability to properly staff our fire department, work in a safe and efficient manner, but then also recognizing that after the funding opportunity, it is a different discussion.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate you being here tonight and explaining that to all of us.
Yep, no problem.
If I can ask a couple of questions, Director Craddy, I wanted to question the reason I was having that conversation with the Chief under the bonding portion. By the way, Director Craddy or City Manager, the budget call summary by the CIP document that is by funding source. Does all my colleagues receive this? By funding source?
I don't believe that's been, we can share that with the council as a report back. I don't think that we've shared that with everyone by funding source.
If I can, I'd love to, all my colleagues be aware of by source, where all the money come from all these expenses.
Happy to do that.
Thank you very much. So one of the questions was under the bonding, general obligation bonds, the second one was the fleet for the fire department. And that's why I was questioning that. I want to know about where that $3 million was going to come from. And after discussion with the chief, I mean, right now, tonight, if you take $3 million of bond over 20 years, I mean, it's going to be a lot less than $625,000 for an insurance program and $200,000 a year for the training tower. So that's why my question the last meeting, it's not really a good question anymore, because we do have programs that do generate some income, but I mean, you have to know about all these. So that's my goal tonight, was just to share that information with everybody. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief Sahlberger, could you come back up to the podium, please? Thank you. And just to let everyone know, Chief Sahlberger and I have had discussions in this past week concerning the SAFER grant. Chief, partially cutting to the chase, on average, how many firefighters do we lose each year? That is, quitting or retiring or becoming disabled or whatever? How many approx?
Yeah, through attrition.
That's a trick question. You and I didn't talk about that, and I'm sorry.
Thank you for the aha moment. We generally lose through attrition 6 to 10 firefighters a year.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to point out to everyone, the SAFER grant, I was always under the impression that the SAFER grant paid for 11 new firefighters for, I think I was really mistaken, for 5 years, but I was corrected on that, for 3 years. And it does not. It pays, the city is out 25% of the grant in the first 2 years. That amounts to $410,000 for each of those years, or $800,000, out of a total expense of $1.6 million. So in other words, we have to pay 25% of that. The grant pays 75% of that for 2 years. In the third year, we have to pay 65% of that grant. And then after that, we're on our own. Okay? So we net end up with, and this is our second SAFER grant. I'm sorry, Chief.
Probably.
I think I don't have any more questions for you, just my soliloquy.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll stay up here just in case.
Okay, thank you. This is our second SAFER grant, each for 11 firefighters, which means that we're net adding personnel after whatever kind of attrition we have from, from the department. This comes with the long-term pension liability. So it ends up increasing our liability for pensions. It increases our payroll. These are highly trained, very competent people, which means also, and they're in a dangerous profession, which means also that their wage rate is very, very high. And we're locking ourselves in with more employees and more employees, some subsidy on the front end, but that goes away pretty quickly. And then we foot the bill. We may disagree about whether or not we need more firefighters, net, or whether we can, not need, whether we can afford more firefighters. It's a worthwhile discussion. The way I was hearing about the SAFER grant, which may be wrong, was that this stuff is covered for the first few years. It's not. We still have we still have substantial payments to make for those first 3 years, and then the whole Megillah of currently at $1.6 million, additionally to where we were before the grant every year, and we've had 2 of these now. And I don't know if the council is willing, and during budget, we're not going to really cover this. We're going to go forward or not with the budget pretty much as is, I think. But I think that we need to talk about what the most efficient size of our fire department is versus what we're willing to pay to have that department. My own opinion is we need, this grant is putting us further behind and increasing our liabilities. And I guess presumably I'm saying, I'm not sure that's worth it, but I may be wrong, or I may be, but I'd like to have this discussion, Madam Mayor, after budget, because I think it's important. This sounds like a bunch of free money coming in. We're going to spend more than the free money, and then it goes away in 3 years anyway. So I thank you,
There's going to be an opportunity for that discussion during this budget session. The manager will explain these budget adjustments that might be converted into budget motions, so that we can talk about it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, quick question. I thought this was the third SAFER grant.
This is the third SAFER grant. We received one in 2015 as well.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
If I could, though, just to eliminate maybe a little bit of confusion, the first or the second SAFER grant that we did receive for Engine 2, the funding mechanism was different because it was post-COVID. So maybe that, where some of the confusion was is that during that funding mechanism, it was zeros for 3 years because it was post-COVID. Okay. This funding model that we're experiencing right now is the same funding mechanism that they had before COVID.
Thanks, Chief. I was not aware of that. Yep. Thank you.
You may want to stick around, Chief. There's several lights, and some of them may pertain to you.
I'd love to.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Chief. We're all rolling our sleeves back here tonight as we dig into these numbers a little deeper. I think this is a great discussion, and the SAFER grant is something that is a very competitive grant, so congratulations to you and the team for putting the proposal together that was awarded that. I think if we are honest with ourselves, we know what the proper staffing level is for our fire department. We made cuts during COVID that literally ran your men and women ragged. I think we've done a responsible job in getting those staffing levels back. And during that time, Chief Bachman gave me an article to read describing staffing for fire departments as a business model versus a response model. And going to dig that up and share that with my colleagues because I think that's really a very important thing for us to keep in mind. We have the best qualified firefighters for a reason because we value that. And I, for one, am not prepared to take a step backwards in that. With that being said, I'm also going to keep the pressure on our state leaders that pension reform is a must for cities and municipalities to remain alive. So we need real reform that will help us maintain the level of service that we want for our community while honoring and respecting the commitments that we've made to those men and women in the past. So Leader Booth, Senator Kaler, Representative Spain, we implore you to get to the table and allow us to join you at that table and express our concerns so that those will be fully addressed so that that is not an impediment to us providing the proper safety to our citizens. So thank you, Chief, for the things you've done at the training tower, the insurance end of things. I mean, there's been some incredible milestones from your department alone, and we want to make sure that we recognize that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Vespa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo a lot of Councilmember Riggenbach's comments. I think it's great that that our department has been generating so much revenue for the city. You've done a great job with that, Chief. Just back to the SAFER grant. So you say about 6 firefighters, we lose to attrition every year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And how many firefighters do we hire per year?
We usually backfill whatever those spots through attrition, so the 6 to 10, we would backfill the same.
Okay. So, I mean, if we use the SAFER grant for 11 firefighters, that's 2 years' worth of hires. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Potentially, or it could be 1 year based off of the 6 to 10 ratio.
So if we don't have the SAFER grant, then we pay it all ourselves.
Correct.
If we take the SAFER grant, then it's mostly paid for a few years. Okay. Makes sense to me then. So.
Okay,
All right. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief.
welcome. Councilmember Gordon Young?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think part of the challenge when questions are being posed is you all are so trained and qualified and you do such an amazing job. You make it look easy. You really do.
Thank you.
And I know it's challenging, right? What we don't want to do as a city is get lost in not having the appropriate, and I always say this, the appropriate apparatus, or we don't want firefighters who are so tired, now they're making careless mistakes and lives are being lost or there's injuries, and then we're going to pay on the other end. I commend you all for everything being top notch and always trying to raise the bar, making sure we have what we need in this city to keep the citizens safe. I am in full support of the SAFER award. I think that, first of all, I know that it's so competitive. And just the fact that, I mean, it speaks to this department, just the fact that you were awarded it, not just once, twice, 3 times. But I just, again, want to commend you, but I want my colleagues to just keep in mind that public safety includes the fire department. We often think police only in that aspect, but we definitely have to make sure that you have what you need. And so I thank you for the information and all of the work that you all do. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Seer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to have to do something I don't like to do, but I guess I have to agree somewhat most of the things that Councilman Riggenbach just said. But to me, it's really simple, and correct me, Mr. Director Craddy or Chief. So how much overtime do we spend, how much money do we spend on overtime every year or the next 3 years?
I don't know the number right off the top of my head, but I believe it's over $2 million a year for the fire department.
Okay, I've been told that was $1.2 million, roughly.
Million two is direct funding for Rescue 1 for 2 positions every single day. So 48 hours of overtime every single day times 365.
Okay, so a safer grant would help. I was thinking more like $1.2 million to $1.5 million. How much of what percentage of overtime you think this hiring 11 more firemen will eliminate?
Well, it would eliminate those 2 positions every single day for 365 days a year. I can come up with what that percentage might be, but part of the staffing model too is that's how we get to the number 11. So we're putting 3 firefighters on shift on 3 shifts, which equals 9. Part of the safer grant is that it takes into account days off. So we do have 2 positions, floater positions that'll backfill spots. So you're going to see a further reduction in overtime and hours worked by our firefighters.
So the bottom line for me, and maybe I don't have all the information, but from what I know about the operation, if we save $400,000 a year for the first 2 years, and or don't save, it costs us, we have to invest $400,000 for the first 2 years, $700 to $800, $800,000 year 3. I mean, you're looking at $1.6 million commitment from the city, but we're saving, I know, over $1 million to $1.5 million every year, and just on overtime. So to me, it's just if it's true, I mean, you can verify these numbers, Director Craddy, but I think just the savings alone on overtime makes it at least 2 to 1. So to me, it's a great investment, number one. Number two, we're not even counting what we just talked about, all the revenues that the fire department's creating for the city. So if all my information is correct, I mean, it's a no-brainer, but I'm sure we'll have some more discussion. So thank you very much again, Chief. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. All right, Chief, I think you can take your seat.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'll move on to question number 8, which is the city council budget. So the conversation came up about the large numbers in the city council budget. So in this discussion, traditionally when we're having the conversations around the council budget, it's what is included in our general fund. And that number this year is close to $500,000. And if you look through the back of that report back, I've included an updated sheet or 2 pages for the budget book. That has been updated online. It is also on the digital version as well as the PDF version online. It's updated to show that. One of the areas that my staff and I have been looking at is we don't have what would traditionally be considered an admin department. So not to get in the weeds of how general ledgers are set up, but usually there's an admin department to do some of these things that are citywide costs, things like health insurance, FICA, IMRF costs, those kind of areas. Traditionally, you'd have an admin. When the system got set up, it got defaulted to Department 10, which is the city council budget. So when it was looked at from a holistic manner of the entire budget, those numbers were included. The other aspect I included in the handout is just to, I think, give council some solace, is I wanted to show the tie out of what all those numbers were to the original budget, so there was some clarity around what those numbers are. And that will be something my staff and I will continue to look at to kind of clean some of those areas up, to look at some of those admin features. The one other area I would just take a note with is this conversation with council started in FY22 going into the FY23 budget. If you look at the bar chart on that first page, that is why you will see that it looks like there was $3.5 million in council expenses. So by the time that conversation was over, we were at fiscal year end, and some of those admin costs that were in the general fund still stayed in the council budget. We made the change going forward, and really that cost was health insurance for our staff. Going forward after 22, those have been split out into the individual departments. So that's a little bit in the weeds, but kind of wanted to explain why you had a pretty high little number and then we went down.
Good.
So I don't know if there's any questions on that one.
Thank you for that explanation. I think Councilman Kelly wants to speak to this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Director Craddy, I thank you for the good work you've done on this, and you have made it, sometimes I'm a little thick, but you made it very clear to me what was going on and what you'd like to have going on in the future. But, of course, these numbers are now pleasing to me. There's work yet to be done, but I thank you very much for the very good work in putting this together, and it makes it all make more sense, I think, for all of us. So, much appreciated, sir.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome, I agree. Director Craddy, please proceed.
All right, moving on to question number 9. Councilman Seer had a report back question on if we were to freeze anticipated revenue increases for our sewer, stormwater, and garbage, what that would look like from an impact standpoint to the budget. So we had anticipated a 3% increase to our lateral fee next year for the sewer fund. That would equate to $200,000 in terms of a cutback from our budget. The garbage fee was slated to go up $12 for each account. The total anticipated revenue for that was $427,000. The stormwater fee increase was slated to be 2.9%, or the rate of inflation, as it's currently laid out in the ordinance. And the total revenue impact for that would be $478,500. So those 3 items, if council wanted to look at not taking any of those fee increases, would equate to a little bit over $1.1 million in cuts to those 3 areas. Just for, I think, some background context in terms of, obviously the downsides with those cuts to revenues. In terms of the sewer fund, we do have a decent fund balance in the sewer fund right now. But however, this is the area that we fund most of the capital work that is occurring as part of our CSO obligations. And so as we have been discussing kind of the changes in costs for the CSO, staff has been looking at options to use some of that fund balance to potentially lessen the impact of future rate increases. So just some of that revenue coming off the table could long-term affect how much more we would potentially have to bond for if we don't have those in our reserves. In terms of the garbage fee, if the garbage fee doesn't go up, for those that remember, I know it's something that Councilman Seer does discuss every year. The garbage fund has been in a negative position for a number of years. We are slated for that to come out of a negative position with these fees in 2026. This would put it off another year till 2027. And so that would really be the impact on the garbage, kind of garbage fund. In terms of stormwater, we have a number of obligated projects from the capital side as well as ongoing maintenance to make sure we're maintaining the infrastructure we're putting in place. And so this would mean having to make potential decisions in the long term about, do we have to cut back on some of the operational components? Do we need to potentially eliminate a capital project? It would not necessarily be an immediate this year discussion, but it would make it that would be a discussion we would have to have.
Okay. Councilman Seer, did you have a response?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I like what Councilman Riggenbach says earlier, we're rolling sleeves tonight. So I got some comments to make and then a couple questions. Number one, it is so important, and I don't know how we do it, but it's so important to have current information when we make our decisions, right, for the budget this year, and sometimes we just don't, and I don't know how we correct that. What are some examples I'm talking about, like Mr. Kelly, Councilman Kelly asked about the council, so that was not accurate page. I talked to city manager about the narrative from our chief of police was incorrect in this year's three-ring binder. Same thing with public works. And same thing here, the fourth one I got right here is your budget. You come to us every month with the monthly financial report, right? And monthly financial report I'm looking at, that's the last one we received. I'm seeing stormwater utility with a $42 million balance, account balance, $42 million. So in this report, on this question, the last paragraph, the last sentence there talks about the stormwater utility fund as a fund balance after considering approved and obligated capital project, $5 million. I mean, that's a $37 million swing from me looking on this report and making a decision on the budget. Can you explain to us a little bit the difference, if there's any, between the approved fund balance and the obligated, and how does the funding works at City Hall from projects, from past projects that we put money in there, we have approved, but it has never happened. So can you, I mean, and we're getting deep here, but I want everybody to understand how it works, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. When we look at the monthly financial report, we're really looking, and those fund balances are presented on a cash basis, looking at the cash we have on hand for our needs. So that does not take into account what you just brought up in terms of obligations or any approved changes from the council. So from a capital standpoint, when we have capital projects get approved as part of the budget, those projects are open until they're closed. And usually those projects get completed within a certain time period, but those projects stay open. And so, Councilman, to your point with the stormwater utility, is from a cash basis, we are sitting there at $42 million in cash. We do have close to over $30 million in obligations for existing capital projects that council has approved that, to the best of our knowledge, pending any council discussion or changes, would get completed. And so I know that sounds like a little bit of a different piece, but a lot of times with the financial reports, we present it on a cash basis. Budgetarily, we look at it, including our obligations, so that council knows what we really have available to us in terms of that approval. What I will also say is our next meeting, we will have our next monthly financial report. And as part of that financial report, I will break that down for council a little bit more in detail so you can kind of see those obligations and things that are approved in comparison to those cash amounts you see. So it can maybe kind of clear up some of where you see some of those differences.
Thank you very much, Director Craddy. I think you're doing an outstanding job. We just need more and more education once in a while so that we can make, I mean, we have big responsibility to make votes, you know, on very important things for the future of the city of Peoria. And I think as we get better information, more accurate information, I would think it would help all of us. So thank you very much for all you're trying to do. Now, Madam Mayor, would that be okay to make a motion at this time in the conversation? To make a motion about the budget. Would that be, would that be okay? Sure. Because I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that the sewer fee, garbage fee, and storm fee as presented by Director Craddy not increase for the budget 2026 and 2027. And I think I've had conversation with all of you about this. I'd like to move in that effect tonight.
Is there a second? Who said second? Seconded by Councilmember Euler. So now we're going to have a lot more discussion, Councilman Sear. Starting with Councilwoman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Craddy, I just wanted to follow up with a comment you made in talking to Mr. Councilmember Sear. You said, point of clarification, capital projects are, did you say depleted, or if they aren't done within a certain time frame?
So traditionally, the projects stay open as long as they are ongoing projects. If a project does go without any work done on it for a two-year period, we do close them, and those obligations come off the books, and in essence, it comes back in as available fund balance. And that is a council policy that's actually in this book.
So we have these sheets talking about capital projects, and it'll say fiscal year 25 through 29. That's 4 years. So you're telling me if a project is listed for 2 years, then it could be potentially depleted, even though year 2029 has not reached yet.
So no, really the out years outside of the budgets that are formally being approved are more of planning for what those will look like. These are situations where if council had approved a sewer or stormwater project, say in 2025 or 2024 or 2023, and that work was still ongoing, we treat those as obligations that are getting spent down because council had approved them. It's really not, the future ones get taken up in the year in which those funds are getting appropriated by the council.
You know, I had my question tonight. I came here wondering about the numbers of capital projects. I know we budget for 2 years, and I was kind of curious as to the numbers of capital projects that are completed versus those that are kind of spilled over into the next year. But if I hear you correctly, you're telling me that's not always the case. Even though it may be spilled over for a second year, at some point, it could be deleted if it's not completed within that second year.
No, what that is, so as long as the project is being worked on, right? So if we have shovels in the ground, we're doing the work, those projects stay open. Let's say we had funding for fiber optic work, that we were going to lay fiber optic. If for a 2-year period that project never started, no money was spent out of it, we close the project. Because at that point, we look at it as a dormant project that can be closed. As long as there is ongoing work, it does stay open. In terms of kind of that conversation of, you know, we will have projects that start in 2025 that will have work done in 2026. But all of it may be funded in 2025. And so that is something that, you know, we as staff have been looking at and trying to get more information around what that looks like and in terms of those projects being done within the timeframes and how much that rolls over. I don't know those numbers necessarily off the top of my head.
Well, I'm just kind of wondering what impact that has on the numbers. You know, we budget with what we anticipate might be a cost for a project. Does that amount get deleted if the project never gets started? And if it does, was that money ever, was it just put there? Or
So the money, assuming, like, let's just take a project, for example, that maybe we have a $2 million project. We get to the point of project closeout, and we're happy because it only costs us 1.8. Once we've gone through project closeout, that $200,000 that we had originally allocated or obligated, we put back into the fund balance. Let's say it's a project that's being funded through local motor fuel tax. In the case of the discussion around the fund balance, we would take that off obligation, which is going to increase the fund balance presented to council, or as I look at it, available for you to allocate future funds would go up $200,000 when we close out that project. Same thing would go for projects that just never started. If the project never started, and I want to be very clear, like usually that's looking at potentially like vehicles, some facility projects, most road projects, sewer projects, those projects get underway and get started and we do the work. Those would also do the same thing. At the 2-year mark, we stop looking at them as obligations and start presenting them as available fund balance for council.
Okay, I do have one last question. If there's any way we could get a list of projects that we put in, capital projects that we put in the budget that are actually never even started, how many? I was just kind of curious how many would potentially pop up within a course of a 2-year budget. Do we keep track of that, or do we?
Yeah, we'll be happy to prepare that list and share that with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, is there a particular project you want to ask about, Councilwoman Jackson?
No, but I am very curious as to how many projects don't get completed that we have included in our budget.
Okay, okay, all right, thank you. Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilman Sear, I really like the idea and the motion that you just made, but I think it's premature for me to be able to vote on that. When we spoke previously, there was going to be that was part of a grander plan, and I think the city manager had been working on that. So if we could hear some of those details before we vote, I think I would be likely to support it. But until I hear the other side of the equation, I wouldn't be able to support it. So if we could do that, that would be great.
Okay, and
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
deferral is an option as well. I think we need to know at what cost and what the consequences are, because I'm in the same position. I like the idea about not increasing the sewer, garbage, or storm water fees, but I think we need to understand what we're voting on, and are there projects that can be delayed in order to make this happen? We talked about some of that, so at what cost and what are we looking at? I want to know the full picture as well. Councilmember Euler.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Councilmember Sear and I went through the proposal that he worked through, Patrick, with you last week, I guess. One of the items on there was a couple $1 million in rail grant funding that was being added in. What's that for, and do we already have expenses related to that budgeted in?
So I was going to, hopefully I was hoping we'd get through all of the report backs, and then I was going to talk about some additions that we need to make to the budget. But if you can bear with me, I'll just walk through them all right now, because there's about 5 or 6 of them that we need to go through.
Can you hold off, because there's some more council member input? But yes, we want you to do that.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
I can wait till that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Carmona?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I kind of have to say this memory that is permanently ingrained into my mind. Before I was on the council, I sat just over there, and on a particular night, council voted to, 1, give themselves a raise, and 2, not support Councilman Sears' motion to keep the real estate tax at the same dollar amount as the year previous. So for me, that kind of just reassured why I was doing what I was doing. And I think it's important for us to think about all of our taxpayers that, even though this is, $1.1 million, and, Director Craddy, you made a comment that it might increase, say, the stormwater fee on average, whatever, $15, something like that, I understand that that's not a big dollar amount, and I'm also not here pretending that any of us around the horseshoe make a lot of money either. But what I am saying is that I think it's very important for us to give the taxpayers a win and to show them that we're willing to do other things other than just reach into their pocket when we need more money. So just something to think about as we continue this conversation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilman Sear, I very much like your idea. Putting it forward for both budget years makes me a little uncomfortable. I would prefer to consider what your motion is pretty strictly for 26. Don't know what's going to happen in between. The other thing I'd like to say is because if we're going to see some additions and corrections and whatnot, and how we're going to pay for this and all that, I would be very strong in opposing, as we have done in the past, the Public Works budget as a piggy bank. Public Works, if we put something off from 26 to 27 or from 27 to 28, et cetera, there's further deterioration that occurs, which is the reason for it being in the Public Works budget. And so we're going to have more work to do in that out year than we were going to do in the originally budgeted year. Now, everybody's got their favorite areas in the budget, I understand. But I feel I'd be remiss in saying that if we're going to pay for that lack of revenue and try to pull in a balanced budget at the same time, something has to give. And I think Public Works is very, very much behind the eight ball now. If we do what is budgeted for this year in Public Works, in net terms, we will still be further behind than we are now. That's how much behind we are in Public Works. So I just want to put my 2 cents in. And Mr. Sear, if you would consider anyway a one-year freeze, I think that would be easier for me to swallow, okay? I don't know about the rest of the council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Regenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To make this as clean as possible for parliamentary procedure reasons, would you, the maker and seconder of the motion, consider withdrawing it? Let us hear what the manager has to say on that side, and then bring the motion back after that discussion takes place. I'm happy to vote on it tonight, but let's at least make sure we get the whole picture of what we've asked for before we do that.
Councilmember Sear?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like for all of us to listen to City Manager Urick. I mean, I've had many conversations with him and Director Craddy, and I'm fully supportive of this latest change as late as 4 o'clock this afternoon. So these are great questions that my colleagues have, but I'm hoping that you feel like I do with Mr. Urick's presentation, that you'll agree that it makes a lot of sense. And just to make sure, if you don't want to vote tonight, I'd like to vote tonight. I don't want to change my motion, but we're still a couple weeks away, from not having to, but to the earliest we can approve a budget 2 weeks from now, after the Truth and Taxation meeting and another meeting for our public. So I just want you guys to know, maybe I'm jumping the gun a little early, but I just want to make sure you know that I'm in total support of what City Manager Urick is going to talk about. And I think it's a great idea, and we can definitely have an easy, balanced budget. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council. So there are probably a half a dozen items that, as staff was putting the budget together, that we realized after the fact that we should have included or have changed since then. Some of it is as soon as last week. Councilman Sear had expressed his desire to me to not want to raise these revenues. That's the motion on the floor. And then said he wanted to look at, and Director Craddy, how can we balance the budget? And how can we come forward with some modifications that could balance the budget? In essence, putting our expenses and our revenues on a level footing, whereas the budget that we presented to you spends down $3 million of cash in 2026, which is fund balance, which has been raised for capital improvements, but it's being spent down for that. And then in 2027, it's just a little bit over $1 million, or just under $1.1 million. So first, the items that we were prepared tonight to talk to you about that would come back to you as budget motions, that we're not prepared this evening to have them as budget motions, but just to inform you of what those are. And the first is what Councilman Euler mentioned, which is passenger rail. As you know, we've been selected as part of the Federal Rail Administration's new Corridor ID program. In that, we are in the first step of that process, where we are creating a schedule, scope, and budget for the next phases of this project. Step 2, where the federal government and our team will work towards creating what is called a service development plan. That service development plan will look at how we would operate the rail line. And then in that service development plan, it would look at general high-level costs, operating times, rail locations, station locations, the capital investment that's needed in order to make the rail operate. That estimate we were originally thinking was about $4 million. Well, in our conversations with our team on Friday with the entire working group, leadership group that the mayor has convened, that number is actually $6.4 million. So at $6.4 million, 90% of that is going to come from the federal government. In step 2, 90% comes from the feds. So we're going to have to match $640,000 with us and our partners who have in the past have raised $160,000 to help to contribute towards that effort, and the state of Illinois. We also heard from the state last week that there may be some state money that would cover almost all of that match. And into the third step in the rail process, which is step 3. Step 3 isn't going to be, well, let me back up. Step 2, from a duration standpoint, is a 30-month process. And so we know at some point in time during 2026, we're going to get approved to move into step 2. And so we need to budget for that. But then that's going to run for 30 months. And then we would move into step 3. Step 3 is where you start to do the environmental clearances, and you, so it's the environmental clearances.
Pre-engineering.
And the pre-engineering work. Thank you, Mayor. That's probably a $25 million project, and it comes with a 20% match. So now we're talking about $5 million. Well, you know, it's not, you know, one of the things that we have to do in step 2 is select an operator, whether that's Amtrak or Metra. Those are really the two operators that we would have of the rail line. Amtrak obviously runs the national rail system. Metra runs the metropolitan system outside of the city of Chicago, recently selected by the state of Illinois to run the rail line to Rockford. Okay, so it's a little larger run than what they're normally accustomed to. So it may be something that they might want to look at. And we've met with Metra and talked to them about it, and there's some interest on their part with doing that. But at some point, as this project moves from planning into construction, it pivots from being a local project to really being a state project. We are in the state's rail plan, so that's something that we're a part of already. So, you know, rail service on the route to Rockford, on the route to the Quad Cities, that's all really being driven by the state of Illinois. So at some point in time, we're going to probably see that handoff for the Peoria route as well. So that was the first item. So that would be a $6.4 million grant over probably the years 26, 27, and 28. And that would be split up between those fiscal years that we would be looking at. The second project.
Mr. Manager,
Yes.
that the match, the 10% match, can you talk about who's all involved in supporting that match?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've got the county has participated in the past, Tri-County Regional Planning Commission, the North Central Illinois Council of Governments, which represents the communities north on the north side of the Illinois River, and those communities that have contributed include LaSalle, Peru, Ottawa, Morris, Utica. All of them have contributed to participate in this because all of those communities would be along that rail line. So we've made that ask of them as well, again, as we move into step 2. that they would provide that continued financial support for the project. They've been very active in the team and participating. Having this over multiple fiscal years means that as you plan and budget for that, they don't have to plan for a large contribution up front. They can stretch that out over time. So that's something that we would look at with that.
Thank you.
So that was the answer on the rail grant. Second, and this was recently announced, and we shared this information with you last week. We have just been awarded from the state of Illinois $6.9 million for the Wisconsin Avenue project from McClure to Forest Hill. Fantastic news. It's great news for us because that $6.9 million means that that's not $6.9 million of state motor fuel tax that we were going to put on that project in the years 27, 28, and 29. So this project doesn't have an impact on the 2026 budget, but for future budget years, it will free up $6.9 million of that state motor fuel tax funds to be able to use on other road needs we have inside the city of Peoria. So that's very positive. In addition to that, we have received word that the state granted Peoria County $10 million to improve Sheridan Road from Glen Avenue to Northmore. So, and that reconstruction of that project ties in directly with the Sheridan Road project we have from Northmore to Knoxville. So, or Giles Lane, as it connects in with Knoxville and Giles Lane. So that's a nice connection of that project there and ties in directly with those two projects. In addition, and this is really for Councilman Sear and for Councilwoman Jackson, the state also built into their 5-year capital plan money for Illinois Route 29 that runs through Councilman Sear's district, $87.2 million to fix 2.6 miles of roadway. From Gardner Lane down to Lawrence. And then $42.7 million to work on 3.1 million miles of road on Lincoln and Howett, which will go from Washington to Griswold. So, those are two significant projects. And also, Councilwoman Jackson, it includes the replacement of the Adams Street Bridge at the far western edge of our southwestern edge of our boundaries of the city, replacing that bridge over the rail lines as you come into the city off of 474 or from Bartonville. So that's $189 million of state money in this next 5-year capital plan that will be coming forward. So
I would just add that we had a fantastic meeting with Illinois' new Secretary of Transportation, Gia Biaggi. She came here and met with us by request. It was a meeting that was planned related to the rail project, but we ended up talking about many projects, and it was the day that she had announced the release of the awards for the $400 million. So she was a breath of fresh air. She's definitely a supporter, not just of what's happening in Chicago and the north part of our state, but what's happening in central Illinois. So it was a very positive meeting.
Indeed. Third item is, as you know, we've had a lot of discussion about Expo Gardens and the $2 million land bank grant. We have secured the acquisition of Expo Gardens at the auction for $1,201,100. So we're going to need to come back to you with the budget amendment for the grant so that we have that grant booked for at least the $1.2 million. But then looking into 26, we need to put the remaining $798,900 into the budget so that can be so that expenses can be paid out of that for that as well. So that was the third item. With regards to Expo, we've been trying to get information from Expo Gardens about their operating expenses to keep their buildings operational. They do have some leases and some obligations that are going to carry over for us since we now, we will have title on the property, I think, in about 20 days. So with that, I would just ask your consideration to put into the Public Works budget $100,000 for this year and next just as money to care for the property, just so that we can maintain the property going forward. I don't know if we're going to need all of that, because I don't have a good handle yet, not getting any clear information from Expo, but I just wanted to make sure that we had that coverage there as well. The chief talked about the SAFER grant. Councilman Kelly mentioned that there is, that there's ongoing costs, and we certainly understand that, but over the 3-year period, it's $3 million of federal funds, and then there would be $1.8 million, or just under $1.9 million of local matching funds that would meet that. And he's correct, it's 75, 75, and then 35 is the federal reimbursement for that grant. But at least, and I think Councilman Sear, you mentioned it, with the $1.2 million of overtime, we're really looking at kind of the kind of net savings to the city for the first 2 years of the grant of being roughly about $789,000 a year. Okay. And then per year for those first 2 years. There's a couple of concerns, and Councilman Vespa, you mentioned, you were asking about the hiring process. SAFER puts basically it's a floor on the number of officers or firefighters that we can have, regardless of the hiring going in and out. Our staffing level will have to stay at 202 firefighters or 202 employees in the department for the 3 years of the grant plus that 4th year. So I'm just telling everyone this because you need to know this as you make your decision. If the economy turns south and we have to make staffing cuts, this is going to put a freeze on us making any cuts to the fire department, at least of their sworn personnel. You just need to know that. So for that 4-year period of time. So, and then the second element with this federal funding that's coming forward, and this is with all federal funding right now, is examining the terms and conditions that are coming out with the grant requirements. The current administration is making conditions and making new conditions of the grants that pertain to DEI, that pertain to immigration enforcement, and it's, some things that we can't necessarily comply with based upon the laws that we have in Illinois. So we need to make sure as we review and legal reviews the terms and conditions that we've done that appropriately and make it a recommendation for you on that. And then, the last item that the finance director and I had looked at is we did look at, some of the revenues that we had. And I think that there's some that we think that we can adjust upward, specifically real estate transfer taxes and building permits. Not a lot, probably, about $350,000 between the two, but that moves them in that direction. So those were the items that we were looking to bring forward. Councilman Sear had asked, if there were some other items that we could look at balancing the budget, what could we look at? And specifically, are there capital projects that we could reduce? And we looked at the capital projects, and we looked at 2 projects specifically that we made a recommendation to him on. Both happen to be in the 5th District. One is Hickory Grove Road, and then the other is Sheridan from Northmore up to Knoxville, and looking at those 2 projects. What we would do is leave the engineering in place in 2026, but move all the construction out into 2027. In conversations with Public Works, we felt that could be accommodated and that we could accommodate that, and that may be one aspect that we could look at moving those 2 projects forward. If we were to do all of that along with the proposed revenue decreases, we would not be quite there. There'd still need to be more that we would have to cut. And so in looking at that and in conversations with the finance director, we looked at some operating budget adjustments as well. And the 2 that we looked at were a contract that we have with the Greater Peoria Sanitary District for operating our sewer system, where we feel that we can adjust that in 2026 by about $600,000 less based on what we've been spending kind of currently with that budget. And then the second, and I'll let the finance director explain this, would be looking at our pension contributions that we make in 2027, not what we're proposing for 26, but what we're proposing for 2027.
Yes, so what we had looked at it, and we are still recommending to do the additional $1.8 million contribution in 2026. We had maintained that in 2027. And so looking at trying to balance these numbers, that was what we looked at, was still having enough budget to be able to handle what will more than likely be the increase next year, but not making an additional contribution next year. So that was really kind of where we landed, because that would be at $2 million.
So if you're keeping score at home with that laundry list of what I just put together for you, I see Councilman Kelly's writing everything down there as for walking through it, it would balance both budgets. We would have both budgets then would have revenues virtually equaling expense. What it would mean is in 2026, we would put back $6,682 into fund balance, and in 2027, it would put $25,594 back into fund balance. So
That's if you did all these
if you did all of that. Now, if you take one out or you take two out, those numbers are going to change. But that is council's prerogative about how you would want to go about doing that. But if we did all kind of 10 of those items and put those in, because some of those, I think, the grants, I think we have to put in. I mean, just because we're gonna need that. So I think looking at that, it's doable if that's council's prerogative to go forward with those as budget recommendations. And if directed, we can prepare, but we were planning on the first items that I talked about, preparing budget motions for you to bring back next week.
Right.
And if that's council's prerogative, we can put all of that together in kind of a series of budget motions that council can take up and deliberate on as well.
It would be good to see all that listed out.
Thank you.
Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilman Kelly, I was right with you in trying to keep up with the chicken scratch over here. Just a clarifying question, Mr. Manager, regarding the passenger rail grant funding. So you said the federal grant, or I guess the federal grant was for $6.4 million, and they'll cover 90% of that, and then the remaining 10%, the city of Peoria provides matching funds, or is that the consortium of the municipalities along the route?
The city of Peoria and the consortium. So we'd be looking at making that match. And last week we heard that it's possible that the state may have some funds as they work through their transit bill. They're trying to put some money in for downtown transit, or downstate transit, excuse me. And if they're able to do that, there may be some funding that would be specifically set aside for the Peoria to Chicago rail corridor.
For step 2 and 3, right?
So after the 90%, there's a remaining $240,000. So between the remaining consortium and Peoria. Now, do we pay a little bit more since we're the biggest route, or would that be evenly divided between the municipalities?
No, we've in the prior match that we had, we were always paying the largest amount, and anticipated continuing to do so here with this.
Sure. Thank you. No, absolutely. Well, no, I definitely appreciate Councilman Sears' ingenuity, looking for us to find ways to balance the budget. And I agree with Councilman Carmona, us looking at ways to get taxpayers a win. Right now, everything is high, from electricity bills to going to the grocery store. I do want to provide some context, though. When that council at the time voted on the raise, that was prior to the 25 election, and that doesn't go into effect until after the 2027 at-large election. So this particular council is not currently receiving a raise, so I do want to provide some context on that. I would feel comfortable on voting on this when I see it all on paper in totality. There was a lot thrown at us today. I know that we're still in the genesis of these budget conversations, and so I do want to take this serious, because I do think that we need to do our due diligence to do our best to give taxpayers a break, because Lord knows we all need it. But I want to make sure that I have everything in front of me so I can make the best informed decision. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Riggenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Craddy, the last thing that in that laundry list was the pension. The 1.8 million additional that we have for 2026 remains. What happens to 2027?
So existing in the 2027 budget right now is our anticipated increase plus an additional contribution similar to this year, but it actually, because we did it based off an inflationary factor, we had it at 2 million. So what this would do is we would still have our anticipated increase in the neighborhood of 1.9 million year over year. We would not have the additional contribution budgeted currently in 2027 like we do in 2026.
But we would be making the actuarial
Correct.
required payment, not the minimum payment.
That is correct.
All right, that's, as you know, very important to me. I think this sounds really good, but as I didn't write down things quite as fast as my two colleagues here, so to see this all in writing, I think would be beneficial. So would it be appropriate to make a motion to defer the vote on the fees until next week when we have everything together and can see it as a package?
Absolutely, I think so. Do you want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion, yes.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Allen.
And if I can just add
Yes.
one piece of color commentary to that also, when we're talking about what this means to the average taxpayer, those three fees is going to put about $40-50 in their pocket annually. So that's not chump change. So I think that's something that is really worthwhile. And Councilman Carmona, you've been talking about this since the day you were seated, so we appreciate your persistence on that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Welcome. Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll probably go for the deferral. I don't think we can discuss anything else while that motion is on the floor, but I would like to return to some of these items before we close up shop tonight.
Okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
you're welcome. Councilmember Seer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Kapuska, is that proper rule of conduct? While we have a motion on the floor and a second to have another motion to defer that motion?
You can't have a motion to defer a motion that's pending, but there does need to be a vote on it without any additional discussion.
Okay. I didn't hear everything you said. Can you speak up a little bit?
Thank you, Mayor. You can have a motion to defer a pending motion, but there should be a vote on it without any additional commentary from the council.
All right. Well, we have a motion on the floor to defer, I think, for 1 week. And we have a second to that motion, so. Pardon me? The motion was made by Councilmember Riggenbach, and it was seconded by Councilmember Allen. Okay? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Manager?
I think there may be other questions that council may have about some of the items I've raised, so I think Councilman Kelly had
Okay.
maybe had a
Oh, yes,
question.
yes. Councilmember Kelly, you had some other items before we
You mean,
close up shop, you
are we
said?
talking about question number 10?
We
No,
haven't-
seriously.
No, I know, we haven't got, we still have report back questions to follow up on, but did you have I want to clarify that. Did you have a question about the items I raised, or were you going back to the report backs?
About the questions, or about the data that you put forward.
Okay.
Are we out of order or in order to discuss that, Madam Mayor? Or,
To discuss the items that I just raised, I think you had a
Okay.
couple of questions on those.
is that all right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
Okay. The 6.9 million for Wisconsin Avenue. That's, do we have some sort of a city financial obligation? Or is that all? In other words, we have a $6.9 million grant for that purpose, or
So maybe if you turn to the very last page in your budget book. Last page. That's the Wisconsin Avenue project.
that's where those W's always are.
I know, my last name is Yu, I understand that.
Okay.
So this project is a $9.1 million project. We have spent $1 million on the project to date. So when we applied for this grant, we told the state, we could get this, we will start this project and move forward with construction. We want to use these dollars for this purpose. So they have granted us $6.9 million.
Out of 9.
Out of the 9.
Okay.
If you look at the state motor fuel tax line, which is under the bottom green bar that says funding, there's $7,050,000 of state motor fuel tax on this project. Now that we're going to get a state grant, instead of using the state motor fuel tax proceeds that we have, we're going to use a state grant to pay for that. So that replaces this money that is budgeted for 27 of $2,025,000, the $2,125,000 in 28, and then $2,750,000 of the money in 2029.
Okay, so in 2026, we're not spending any money.
Correct.
Okay. And we're getting covered for almost 7 million, but that's starting in 27.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I'm just trying to, okay, we've got 86 million for Route 29.
Now, that's state money. That's a state-funded project.
Understand.
We may have some local
So that-
match dollars in there.
So does that have any effect on our budget at all?
No, but it was just announced.
Okay.
But
okay.
what it affects people that drive inside the city of Peoria.
Well, yes. Okay. And Lincoln and Howard, another state highway. Does this have any effect on our budget?
No.
Okay. So in your report back to us on this, please include, for instance, the passenger rail grant, $640,000, that's wonderful, but, but we have $6.4 thousand. It's going to cost us. So even though we're getting all this money, some of it is going to cost us.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So
6.4 million.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. We go. Okay. So if in your report back to us, you could line out these things that are going to potentially change our budget, that puts our discussion of this budget item that,
We'll prepare it like we've prepared budget motions in the past, that will show you the current budget, the changes that you make, and how it will affect the budget up or down, and then you guys can make the informed decision based
great,
upon that. Yeah.
great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Welcome. Councilman Allen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Manager, are you accepting report backs currently?
Oh, absolutely.
I know that in the past, using our American Rescue Plan funds, we allocated significant amounts of money towards violence prevention. And I know that we don't have that funding available in this current budget cycle. But if we could just get a report back on where we allocated those dollars to, just so that way we have that as a reference point to our constituents, I think that'd be very beneficial. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Are there any other requests for report backs? Councilmember Seer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple. Director Craddy, you've done an exceptional job here in our conversation. I'd like for us or for you to release this report you gave me on all the taxes and fees that we have, so everyone, my colleagues, are aware of this work that you've been doing, which is tremendous. Really appreciate this. And the second one is, I have to look at my phone for a second here. I was looking at my tax bill, and we talked about it, and Councilman Allen just asked me again. I need to report back on there's 11 different line items on our tax bill. 12, I'm in district, Dunlap School District. It'd be 12 if you include District 150. Can we get a report back the last 8 years? 11 of these items, what is the rate was for the last 8 years on each item of these 12 line items? Is that okay? That should be fairly easy.
Well, just to clarify, are we going to look at, because you have multiple townships inside the city of Peoria, we have multiple school districts inside the city of Peoria.
Right.
So if we want to, for simplicity's sake, do you want to just look at it, because the lion's share of people live in either the Dunlap School District or in Peoria Public School District. So, I mean, because otherwise we could pull a bunch of tax rates together for you. I mean, if you wanted to look at Pleasant Valley and Pleasant Hill and Peoria Heights, I mean, you've got, Councilman Sear, I think you have 4 townships in your district. So, you know, how do you want us to present that information? Because
just like I said, just 12 line item, with the last 2 should be Dunlap School District and District 150, so that when we all have conversation with our constituent and they're mad at us, no, we're easy target. Said, well, you guys know, why are you raising your taxes? I want people do not understand. One of the things I want to try to do in the next 3 or 4 years is educate my constituent, my voters, about how the system really works. And we all, you know that why. I mean, we control 15 cents of every dollar that we pay in real. I want some ammunition so that we can all be educated on the same thing and carry the same message that say, hey, we are easy target, understand that. But you don't get mad just at us because we only give me 15 cents of your dollar. So that's why that's why I want this report.
Happy to get that information. Wholeheartedly agree with your statement.
I'm sure you would. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Mr. Manager, can you tell us what to expect at the next meeting next week?
Yeah, so what we can do is with the information that we put together, and we'll put together the report backs that have been requested. I think we've got 4 that I've got, 2 from Councilman Sear, 1 from Councilwoman Jackson, and 1 from Councilman Allen. We'll put together the list of the budget motions so that you can kind of see where the dollars go in and out, not only for 2025, because we'll have the money for the land bank grant, but 26, 27, and we'll show 28 and 29, because there is some of that money that carries out that far.
Okay.
So we'll put all that together in a report for you with each of those structured as individual votes and individual motions, and then we can bring that back for council's consideration.
Okay, and next week's meeting is a regular meeting.
It's a regular business meeting.
We're adding on
We are.
a budget
yes.
meeting, so.
So, you know, looking at the agenda, I think we've got 16 agenda items, and then we would have this, so.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk? Oh, hold on just a minute. Councilmember Sear?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Just one last report back. It was 3 report back, Mr. Manager. I want to make sure that, no, the first one was about the
Capital budget by funding source.
Funding source,
The
correct.
taxes and fees report.
Correct.
Those are the 2 I had. Is there a third?
Tax rate history.
Tax rate.
Tax rate history.
Sorry. Okay, you're right.
Excuse me?
No, we got it.
You say you're
Tax
right?
rate history.
I like it. No, I got one report.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. I see our city treasurer, Mr. Montalongo, in attendance tonight, and I talked to Director Craddock just a little bit about that, but I'd like to have a report back on all our account receivable. And we never talk about our account receivable. And we got a lot of money out there that hopefully, I was hoping Mr. Hayes would have been here since he mentioned that before, where he was not very happy, I believe, with our collection agency. But I'd love to know how much receivable we have. Is that possible, Director Craddock, to work with Mr. Montalongo there and
Yeah,
find out?
we do an internal report on a monthly basis, so I'm more than happy to do that as a report back.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, you're welcome. Madam Clerk?
We're at citizens' opportunity to address the city council, and we have not received any cards.
Okay.
We do not have an executive session, so we are at adjournment.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councilmember Allen, seconded by Councilmember Carmona. Please cast your ballots. Thank you for your service.